It is 9:38 p.m. So one of the primary logical fallacies which um, they rely on, I which I mentioned on Threads before it got banned, is appeal to authority, which is basically they say the psychiatrist is right because the psychiatrist must be right because they're a psychiatrist. Right? And you can't argue against them because everything they say is like, it's like a divine right or whatever. They have the right to be correct on everything, even if their evidence is wrong. That's just what I said. True because of the position of the person asserting it. The judge believes the psychiatrist simply because they are a psychiatrist, not because of the evidence that they give. It is because the evidence is given by a psychiatrist that they believe that it is true, not because it is actually based on the evidence. There's also the appeal to fear. This is another one. They think that because chronic fatigue syndrome is similar to these claimed mental illness symptoms, that they must be the same thing, and they're not the same thing. That's also a recursive. Circular resonance. I would say mental illness is a loaded label. Use of evocative terms to support a conclusion is a type of begging the question. Terms' connotations are relied on to sway the argument towards a particular conclusion. Like they say, oh, you're mentally ill, therefore everything you say is untrue. Right? So the label becomes the rule, or the label becomes the outcome, not actually what the person says. What do you call it when you tell them one thing and they just refuse to believe it? The judge literally said to me, I can't consider that this would be for any reason other than mental illness. It's not even a false dichotomy, because he doesn't even give multiple options. He just says it must be mental illness. Based on what? Based on nothing. Based on a totally subjective opinion of it. Person in question simply refuses to believe the argument, ignoring any evidence given. That's exactly how it is. It's ignorance. I was thinking ignorance. It's not that one. But this one as well. Gut reaction is exactly what it is. Exactly what it is. And these court hearings are like, they're like maximum 15 minutes. You get one once a year, and it is so short and rushed. The appeal to emotion is so fucking strong in the family court. That's basically how they make all their judgments are just emotional ones, not logical ones. It isn't logical to keep someone on mental illness drugs forever where they don't have any symptoms for it. There are no symptoms and there is no risk. Why do they keep them on it? Because they get scared. It's as simple as that. All their focus is on risk, is on this risk, that the made up risks, fantasy risks. Refusal to argue, which is what they did. He refused to argue with me. The last time I went and saw the judge, they refused to talk with me. They refused to talk to me explicitly. They never asked me a question or gave me an opportunity to speak. Yeah, like everything I say is anecdotal, but everything that they say is fact. That's something that they say. Yeah, like religion. Like religion, you can never prove that you don't have mental illness because it's like a religion that doesn't rely on logical. It's not a logical argument to just say someone's mentally ill. It's all circular reasoning. Oh, you're better because you're not doing the things that we think are bad. Oh, but before I wasn't doing them either. Oh, yeah, but that was just the lead up period to you doing bad things. And now you're not doing bad things because of the drugs, which we're going to keep you on forever. And if you go off, you'll do bad things again. But we can't let you go off to even try going off because you'll do bad things. And even if you don't do bad things and we let you go off, we're going to make up that you did bad things. That's how it works. That is how this circular reasoning Always goes. You can't win. You can only lose with these people. It's insane. And because they're in the position of authority, there's nothing you can do about it. Because they can always just make it up. They can do whatever they like. The psychiatrist is literally allowed to do basically whatever they like, force you onto any drugs they want, do whatever they like, while you are under the Mental Health Act with them. And then the judge listens to the psychiatrist only, doesn't listen to you, doesn't even hear from you. It's fucking crazy. One's inability to imagine how a statement can be true or false gives no information about whether it is true or false in reality. The judge literally said to me, I can't imagine it would be caused by anything else. Does that make it true? No, it doesn't. It doesn't make it true. It could be because of something else. It is. The judge said to me, I can't imagine that you would do this because of anger or stress or sleep deprivation. Well, that's not my fucking problem that you can't imagine it. That's the reality. That is the reality that I've always argued. I have always argued when I've put in a counter that it was because of stress, sleep deprivation, and anger because they were fucking torturing me. They were the cause of the stress. They were the cause of the sleep deprivation. They were the cause of the anger. Why would I not do something about it? They were fucking torturing me. And the judge says, oh, I can't imagine. How can you not imagine? You can see every fucking person in prison that is in there for many reasons have done those things, and they're not mentally ill, are they? Why do I have to be mentally ill? Why do I have to be mentally ill? Why do I have to have a permanent mental illness, which they then say is a persistent... What was it? What was the word that they used? Can't even find it. Yeah, why does it have to be a long-lasting, serious danger? Why does it have to be that? They said the psychiatrist, it must be that. The judge, it must be that because the psychiatrist says it is. The psychiatrist says because the psychiatrist says whatever the fuck they like. The psychiatrist says literally whatever the fuck they like. It doesn't matter because they can get away with it. They don't need evidence. They don't need any evidence. They can just make shit up, and the judge will believe them. The judge does believe them, no matter what, because the entire thing is just a fucking appeal to authority. The entire thing is the judge listening to the psychiatrist and ignoring the patient, ignoring the person that is actually being affected, and just making shit up. They just make shit up. Oh, what the psychiatrist says must be right because the psychiatrist is a psychiatrist. That's how the judge reasons. That is the reasoning from the fucking judge. simply refuse to believe the argument, ignoring any evidence given. This is the end result. Right? After his appeals to authority, he says, I just don't believe. And then he never talked to me. And that was it. To make assertions with no considerations of objections, or to simply dismiss objections by calling them excuses, conjecture, anecdotal, etc., saying they are proof of nothing. When they have proof that is made up, but my actual, me being the person who went through it, and is the only person who knows what was fucking going on at the time, because no one else is me. You say everything I say is just bullshit. That's what they say. They say everything I say is just made up, is just a lie, because I'm just trying to get out of it. I am trying to get out of it because it's harmful, right? But I'm also trying to get out of it because it's false. It's based on false interpretations of events. It's not evidence of mental illness. I don't have mental illness. Not that they've diagnosed me with. Absolutely not that. That requires being forced to take drugs. It's insane. There's the one. It must be true, because they can't see how it could be false. Well, they can't imagine it can be true, therefore it is false. So everything I say, they can't imagine it to be true, so it must be false. Everything they say must be true because they can't see how it could be false, but they don't actually allow me to argue the point at all. So they say, oh, you must have mental illness because you have these symptoms, which I say are symptoms of physical illness. Where does the argument go from there? Nowhere, because guess what? They just refused. They don't even know about the fucking physical illnesses. They don't know anything about them. They don't know anything about chronic fatigue syndrome or gastroparesis, both of which I've got, both of which I've been diagnosed with. The judge knows nothing about them. The psychiatrist knows nothing about them. Zero. They don't know anything about it. They're fucking retarded. These are some of the most brain-dead people you will ever interact with. They are totally biased toward just gut feelings. The entire legal process in the family court is based off of gut feelings and emotions and not logic. There is no logic involved. It doesn't involve logic. There is no logic. It's fucking insane. How does the psychiatrist argue? The psychiatrist argues that association, because you have something, you have similar symptoms, they must be the same thing. Or some of the symptoms are similar, therefore it must be the same thing. No, it's not. It's not the same thing. It's extremely important that you recognize it's not the same thing. You know why they'll never do that? Because psychiatrists don't even believe that chronic fatigue syndrome exists. None of the psychiatrists I have ever dealt with have believed that chronic fatigue syndrome exists as a serious condition separate from mental illness. They are misdiagnosing it as mental illness. It's not mental illness. It's chronic fatigue syndrome, which I have. It's simply, oh, we can't believe it. It doesn't, how the fuck is that an argument? It's not an argument. It's about, what does it boil down to? The appeal to fear. Oh, because they're scared, I have to suffer. Because they're scared of a made-up situation in their heads, a fantasy, I have to suffer. It's fucking crazy. Systems of oppression rely on the cultivation of fear appeals. That's how it works. That's how they justify doing this to wider society. How they justify oppressing a section of the population. It's not large. A small section of the population is oppressed by the rest by these appeals to fear. They say, oh, these people are dangerous, therefore they need to be forcibly drugged in a way that fucks up their health and makes life hell for them. We have to do it because they're scary. That's what the New Zealand government thinks. That's what these psychiatrists appeal to, and that's what the judge rules on, ultimately. The judge rules on, oh, we think you're scary. I'm scared. It's an emotional reaction. It's totally emotional and zero logic. It's insane. There's zero logic involved. Zero. Of course. Because they say, oh, but here's the solution. Forcibly drug these people forever. Oh, there's a threat to our society. No, there's not. No, there isn't. That's a total lie. An absolute fabrication. Totally made up. It's totally false. Absolutely false. They completely make this shit up and prey on people's emotions. The psychiatrists do. They prey on people's emotions to say basically that this group of people that they diagnose with mental illness is evil and dangerous and criminal. It's worse than criminal because there's no end date on your sentence. You don't commit a crime, go to jail, serve your sentence, get out, probation, and you're free. There actually is no freedom. There is no end date. It lasts forever. It lasts forever. And that you can't appeal it. Like, they say that the fucking court hearing is appeal. It's not appeal. You don't get to appeal. Because the judge doesn't even listen to you. The judge listens to your lawyer, who says their thing, which is usually actually not close to what you tell them to say. Because they're fucking free lawyers. What do you expect? And that's it. Look, it's... So, oh, threat to the community, right? Why does a psychiatrist think this? Because psychiatrists are trained in their profession to think of mentally ill people, people with diagnosed with severe mental illness, regardless of whether they have it or not. Diagnosis is as simple as it's as simple as being diagnosed, right? The psychiatrist treats them as dangerous, no matter what. No matter what, psychiatrists see them as a separate class of people that is dangerous and harmful to society. It's about control. It's always about control and slavery. It's a form of fucking slavery. Drug-induced slavery. That's the point of it. It's supposed to force servitude. It's supposed to make you a slave to the psychiatrist and the judge, and through them, apparently, the rest of society. Right? Judge was a fucking idiot. He literally used a logical fallacy to justify it. The logical fallacy of I can't imagine. He literally said I can't imagine it could be anything else. That's your fucking problem. That's not just because you can't imagine the alternative doesn't mean that the alternative is false. Or that what you already think is true. Like, it's a circular reasoning where what they say must be true because everything else must be false. Do they have evidence that everything else is false? No. What is their evidence that the thing is true? Is there competing evidence that it could be false? Yes. Everything I've said is competing with that, which they refuse to recognize. This gun is so garbage. Come on, honestly. Fucking laggy piece of shit. Why did I do that? They want me to feel bad about it as well. I can tell it pisses them off. Why would I feel bad for acting out against people that were fucking torturing me? Why would I feel bad about that? These people are like really fucking upset that I don't feel bad about it. I fucking hate my parents. They are terrible people. I hate them. They are terrible people. That's all true. None of that has changed. That's not a symptom of mental illness. That's a symptom of them being terrible, abusive, torturing people. They are extremely bad people. I hate them. I hate them. They are terrible people. They are extremely bad people. Seriously, I've never changed my mind on that. I've never said anything other than this. But people refuse to believe it. Because, oh, well, they don't act like that around me. Yeah, well, you're obviously not the same fucking person, you stupid degenerate. These people are, like, physically incapable of understanding that sometimes people who do bad things act differently around other groups of people, the ones that they don't treat badly, so that they can continue to get away with it. Because maybe if they acted the same way around everyone, they would face consequences and they wouldn't be allowed to act like this anymore. Wow, big fucking surprise that apparently no one is able to understand. These retarded fucking people, these brain-dead, stupid-ass fucking individuals that are in positions of authority cannot fucking understand how people could act badly toward one person and not toward others. It's fucking stupid. And that maybe the reason why they don't act badly toward literally everyone is because they would face consequences for it, and of course, they wouldn't be allowed to continue treating the person that they treat badly. They wouldn't be allowed to continue getting away with it if they treated everyone the same way. Right? That's the fucking point. That's the fucking problem. That they don't fucking get. Oh, but they're nice when they're around me. Oh, your parents are so nice. You're fucking retarded. I can't say anything else about that. You are fucking retarded. These people are fucking retarded. You have to be fucking retarded to honestly think that this is how things work. That people are just nice to everyone all the time. And that they can't be abusive. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. It's another appeal to emotion. Always appeals to emotion in this shithole fucking place. Always appeals to emotion. From fucking everyone. Everything is about emotions for these people. It's fucking crazy. Everything is about emotions and not about, like, material reality. Stuff you can measure. They don't care about that. And how it affects the individual. They don't give a shit. I get punished for everyone else to feel a little bit better. How is that fair? How is it fair that I get put in fucking drug slavery just to make other people feel slightly more comfortable? That's exactly how it fucking happens. It's exactly how this works. I get put in drug-induced slavery to make them feel more comfortable. That's it. Well played. It's my fault. Missed too many shots. And the fucking 6-7. Funny ass loser. Oh, that guy was good. Appeal to fear, which is an appeal to emotion. Manipulation of the emotions to win an argument. Especially in the absence of factual evidence, which there is an absence of factual evidence. There is no evidence to suggest that this is mental illness as opposed to like severe, they consider it, as I said to the lawyer, how can they call this long term when I've had 0 symptoms from the initial issue, the initial like short period. I've had no, and again, as I've said, there wasn't even mental illness in the first place. It wasn't even mental illness in the first place, in my opinion. And then the thing which they use as like evidence is calling chronic fatigue syndrome and gastroparesis mental illnesses, which are the association fallacy, which is, if things that are similar must be the same, basically. Yeah, what they say is this mental illness has this symptom, you have this symptom, so you must be mentally ill. And it's like, no, actually, that's a symptom of something else. It is a symptom of something else, which I've been diagnosed with already. And they're like, oh, actually, you have 2 very similar, except they're not similar, 2 vaguely similar things at the same time, one of which you have virtually none of the symptoms for, minus a few, the other of which you have every fucking symptom for, and has been diagnosed by doctors. This one's diagnosed by psychiatrists. You have very few of the symptoms. In fact, basically none at this point. The only symptoms you have of this condition are ones that can be equally attributed to chronic fatigue syndrome or gastroparesis. It's just totally insane. It's totally insane. Would they hear that argument? No, because the judge and the psychiatrist don't even know what chronic fatigue syndrome is, let alone do they even believe it's real. They probably don't. Further, they don't know what gastroparesis is. They probably don't believe that's real either. I wouldn't be surprised. Manipulation of emotions, absence of factual evidence. The evidence that they have comes under this association fallacy. Right? Here's chronic fatigue syndrome. Here is like tiredness. And then they say, oh, actually, you know, schizophrenic people are tired. This is chronic fatigue syndrome, right? How does it go? This here is tiredness. This here is schizophrenia, and here is chronic fatigue syndrome. What they're saying is that this is in this. It's not. How is it written? A is in set S1, A is in set S2, B is also in set S2, therefore B is in set S1. How would you write it? And this is for many different oh, I'm just gonna die. This is fucking triangle or whatever. This is for many different symptoms that I've got, where they're saying, oh, it's actually schizophrenia, not chronic fatigue syndrome. No, it's not. No, it isn't. I don't have the main fucking symptoms of schizophrenia. What they've decided are the symptoms are symptoms of chronic fatigue syndrome. It's fucking crazy. A is in set S1. I'm trying to think of what these would be. What's the category? I could just write it out. I don't know how to do the extended form, but it's basically a negative symptom of schizophrenia is fatigue. You have fatigue. Therefore, you have schizophrenia. What they ignore is fatigue is also a symptom of chronic fatigue syndrome, which they refuse to recognize that I like, which I've got, and they just don't take it seriously at all. They will not say it's either this or that. They'll say, oh, no, you have two things at the same time, and you have separate fatigue. It's totally absurd. They're like, you have schizophrenia fatigue, but you also have chronic fatigue syndrome, and we don't know anything about that, but maybe that causes fatigue as well. It's totally absurd. Like, no, the likeliness of having both is basically non-existent. I don't have both. Does contain an image, you stupid piece of shit. Oh, fuck off. That's actually not how... How does it go? Maybe I have to adjust it a bit. Maybe it's more... It's like, this goes over here. I don't know, I'm really tired. Oh, A is in both of them. It just looks like it's on top. A is in both of them. A is in set S... Okay. Yo, I didn't need to move that. I'm having a hard time. So this is like... What happened to the... I'm sure there used to be a... Oh, here it is. Fatigue, impairment, cognitive issues. I've already got that though. This is I think I'm getting there. So it's, basically, they say, "Oh, you you have these, you must have this." No, as we can see, all of these symptoms are symptoms of chronic fatigue syndrome. They might be symptoms of schizophrenia as well, but it doesn't mean that because you have these are by the way, these are the only ones that overlap. Okay, people with schizophrenia do not have as bad fatigue as people with chronic fatigue syndrome. They don't get PEM, which is a fundamental symptom, which I have had many, many times. It fucks up your life really badly. Of course I would know if I've had it. This is how it is. They say, "Oh, you have this, so you must be in this." And it's like, no, I'm in this. That's how it is. This is here, this is in here, this is also in here, this is also in here, this is in here and in here, this is in here, therefore this must be in there. No. As you can see, it's not. You know how convenient it is for the psychiatrist? What does the psychiatrist say? Oh, this is actually this. That's what they do. And then they force you into here. That's what they do. They take you out of here, which matches all the fucking symptoms, plus the side effects of the medication, plus the gastroparesis, that explains all of this. And they take you out of here and they put you in this, which doesn't explain any of it. It doesn't explain... And look, I'm generalizing here. The fatigue in schizophrenia is nowhere near as bad as it is in chronic fatigue syndrome. The cognitive impairment is not as bad. The tiredness is not as bad. The functional impairment is bad in a way that relates to mental illness. ME/CFS isn't a mental illness. Everyone knows this. It's not a mental illness. It's fucking crazy. Then they rely on the fact that stupid fucking people don't know what chronic fatigue syndrome is to put these false mental illness diagnoses out there. Gotta use the bathroom. I'm not doing it right. Fuck off, Fortnite, honestly. Why? It sits on the bottom and you can't minimize it. It's fucking annoying as hell. I think a lot of it is just invincible ignorance, pig-headedness argument. Like, I don't know why I'm even trying to, like, compare it to this and that. They refuse to consider alternative options. They refuse to consider that it could be anything other than what they've already decided it is. Refuses to believe the argument, ignoring any evidence given. That is the judge and the psychiatrist. The psychiatrist doesn't listen to me, and the judge listens to the psychiatrist. That's how it works. It contradicts one's personal expectations or beliefs, or is difficult to imagine. That doesn't mean it's false. I literally had the fucking lawyer saying, "Oh, lightning doesn't strike twice, bro." Yeah, maybe it does, you fucking retard. It's literally, like, not even rare. It's not even that rare. Seriously. It is entirely because they don't know anything about this situation, and they're just making stuff up. Literally, the people judging the situation are the least capable of doing so. They know nothing. They know less than nothing. They have false information, false knowledge. That is based on incomplete knowledge, incomplete understanding, and misrepresentation of facts. Based on what? I swear this is just bullshit, because how can they think chronic fatigue syndrome is a delusion? How can they think that gastroparesis is a delusion? I've been diagnosed with these things. And they've said, oh, the whole time it's just delusion. It's not delusion. I've been diagnosed with them. I have all of the symptoms for these things, and they're physical sicknesses. They're not delusions. Why does the psychiatrist believe it's a delusion? Because they simply can't believe that it could be anything else, because they don't know anything about the situation. They don't know anything about the things that have been diagnosed. Contradicts their personal expectations or beliefs. Difficult to imagine, because they know nothing about it. It is difficult for them to imagine, because they know nothing about it. Because they know nothing about these conditions, they cannot imagine them being real things. Seriously, that is essentially the argument. Because they cannot imagine, they believe that they're delusions, because the psychiatrists are corrupt in that sense, in the sense that they are extremely ignorant, and know nothing. And every single psychiatrist that I've ever met has been extremely ignorant of chronic fatigue syndrome and these digestive issues, it is impossible to get one that doesn't consider them as delusions, because they know nothing about it. And you can't educate them because they think you're just making shit up. Although they'll say, oh, actually, yeah, but oh, you actually have something else that isn't that. Literally, one of the fundamentals of fucking schizophrenia diagnosis is delusions. You have to have delusions if you don't have hallucinations. You have to have delusions and negative symptoms. The negative symptoms are chronic fatigue syndrome. That's what causes the things they call negative symptoms, which I have a lot more of that aren't part of schizophrenia. Because I don't fucking have that condition. I have chronic fatigue syndrome. Right? I'll pull up the definition. We'll get the definition. This is where I was looking at it. Delusions, disorganized thought, disorganized behavior, flat affect. This can be not because of mental illness. This can also be because of the drugs they put you on. Because of the it can also be because of social anxiety, which I have, which comes up when I'm interacting with the psychiatrists. I get flat affect because it's stressful for me. Seriously. And because I'm being professional and they say, oh, you got a flat affect. We're in a professional environment. You're interrogating me. You're interrogating me and you're saying I have a flat affect. Watch my fucking streams, you retarded degenerates. Jesus Christ. Gotta use the bathroom. I think this is really subjective as well. I don't think I have a flat affect that badly. Autism. What does it actually mean? And again, the medication I'm on actually can cause this as well. Which is like... Social anxiety can cause flat affect, often as a coping mechanism, due to feeling overwhelmed. I don't have flat affect when I'm on... Is this flat affect? Do I have flat affect now? If you ask my friends, historically, did I have flat affect? No. I don't think so. What does it even mean? This is a nearly no emotional expression, which is just bullshit. I have definitely expressed emotion. This is the thing. They take the diagnosis and they make it fit the person rather than actually just looking at the person first and seeing if they fit the diagnosis. They start with the diagnosis and then make it fit the person. It's absurd. Where did they say it was possibly... like, it's literally because I go into the fucking sessions and that's the only time they see me. And they just assume, oh yeah, this, like, highly stressful situation where you're being fucking interrogated, you're being evaluated, is representative of how you are every single second of every fucking day of your life. It's total bullshit. Total bullshit. Absolute bullshit. I think you can see from my streams, I don't need to prove it, I don't have this. It only occurs as a result of social anxiety. It's not even on those. Where's it getting the source from, stupid AI? Anxiety, right? I don't even think I have no interaction. I think it's just subtle. It's fucking stupid, bro. That's literally just a social anxiety thing. I can say that without... For me personally, it's a social anxiety thing. So they say I've got this, not this, and I'm pretty sure not this. I don't think that my speech is disorganized, although I wouldn't doubt that they come up with any fucking reason to say I've got all these things. This you can't prove. Like, they've just decided to say that the things that I've said are untrue, and they're not. They're not untrue. Like, I've said my parents are abusive, and they say, oh, but your parents said they're not abusive. Yeah, of course they did. Of course they did. Why would they say otherwise? Because if they say they're abusive, that's a bad thing, isn't it? And then they might face consequences. So of course they would say no, they're not. And the psychiatrist only ever listens to them and never listens to me, and then makes everything else up. And then negative symptoms, right? Which is like chronic fatigue syndrome symptoms. Cognitive symptoms. And they say shit like this, which is totally false. Difficulty experiencing pleasure is a side effect of the medication, and also possibly of chronic fatigue syndrome, but definitely of the medication. Absolutely of the medication. It's anti-dopamine and anti-serotonin, and fucks up your hormones. Total bullshit. I don't have that fucking shit. That I don't have. It is just that is like at best as a result of the medication. This is because I have chronic fatigue syndrome, and also I don't like a lot of people around me, which it's a chronic fatigue syndrome issue. This is because of the medication. This is because of chronic fatigue syndrome, chronic fatigue syndrome, chronic fatigue syndrome, and the medication. Social anxiety. This is to do with chronic fatigue syndrome, cognitive issues, like word finding issues, super common with chronic fatigue syndrome. It's one of the common cognitive impairments is finding words, speaking properly, thinking well. This is social anxiety. That's just how I talk. My brother's the same. Maybe I'm different on stream though. Social anxiety. I just don't like to gesture. Well, I do sometimes. I just... Bro, like, people from East Asia don't gesture when they communicate. Couldn't this be like an autism thing or something? People from East Asia don't gesture when they communicate. What the fuck is this shit? It doesn't gesture when communicating. What the fuck? So stupid. I do have my hand out like that. You can't see it. I don't really gesture much. Lack of eye contact. Social anxiety. Physical inactivity. Chronic fatigue syndrome. It's fucking stupid. Spending all day sitting or lying around. Chronic fatigue syndrome. It's fucking stupid, bro. I do sleep. I eat well. I don't shower very often because it's severely tiring and exhausts me. That's chronic fatigue syndrome. What does this mean? Lack of meaning. I don't interact with people much because I don't have the opportunity to interact with people that I like, so I don't. I interact with people in Fortnite. That's like it. Eye contact. I don't like. Social anxiety. I do have facial expression, but that's social anxiety, social anxiety. I can do these. I can respond to questions and follow instructions. I'm apathetic because life sucks. And because of long-term harsh living. And because the medication makes me not enjoy things. This is because of chronic fatigue syndrome. Fucking bullshit, honestly. This I don't have. I don't have false beliefs with no basis in fact. I have true beliefs that are based in reality. I don't have hallucinations. I don't have psychosis. I don't even know what this is. Agitated body movements. I don't even know what that is. I don't think I have strange speech patterns. Bizarre, like... I swear they just make this shit up. It's so vague. And so subjective. Fuck it, this is totally subjective. Who's to say what inappropriate emotions are? Like, as I've said, like, the entire thing is just social control. Seems like the entire point is just to control people socially. It has nothing to do with medicine at all. It has nothing to do with, like, helping people. It has everything to do with punishing people for being different. How is this... It's so weird, bro. Yeah, oh great, they're gonna have you on it forever. 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 So you get punished with drugs, drug-induced slavery, forever. Slavery to drugs forever. Total bullshit. Total bullshit, bro. I've just gone through all of them. What? Look, I've got my list here. I don't even know about autism. Maybe I have it, maybe I don't. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know, honestly. ME/CFS, they've said this is mental, this is schizophrenia, this is schizophrenia, this is schizophrenia, this I don't know, and this is schizophrenia as well. Everything is schizophrenia. Everything you've ever had, everything you've ever been, every every physical condition you've got is a mental illness. It's fucking crazy, bro. And you can't argue against it. You can't argue against it. There's nothing you can do. Shit is crazy. Why don't I gesture with my hands? Because I think it looks stupid. Why would I? I think it looks stupid. Do I have to have another reason for that? Like, you could just ask people these questions, which they never do. Part of the point with these psychiatrists is they never tell you what they're doing, or what they're thinking, or why they judge. They don't ask you honest questions. They try to manipulate you and bullshit you into getting you diagnosed. That's the whole point, is to get you diagnosed. Why don't I use a lot of hand expressions all the time? Because I just don't find it necessary a lot. I can, if I want to, but I usually don't, because I think it looks kind of stupid sometimes. And I think a lot of people do it too much. People fucking retarded or something. Why? How am I being diagnosed with severe mental illness off of this total bullshit? It's fucking retarded. Total bullshit. Totally misrepresenting the situation to force a diagnosis. Hammering the fucking square through a circular hole. It's insane. It's fucking bullshit. It's crazy, bro. It's so crazy. Fuck off. What the fuck is this? An eye exam. Doesn't even talk about that. What the fuck? I don't care, I don't care, and then it's like the end. I'm literally a normal fucking person with chronic fatigue syndrome and digestive issues and a bit of social anxiety, and that's basically it. I've always had social anxiety ever since I was a kid, although it's probably gotten worse as I've gotten older to a degree. What the fuck is this guy doing, bro? Gotcha, bitch. Fucking hell. Holy shit, I almost died. If I had friends, I could guarantee this wouldn't have happened. That's what I thought the first time. Oh, if I had friends, this wouldn't have happened. Then I had friends for a while. Didn't like them very much, so I moved on. And then, now, of course, it's happened again. They've forced me back into this bullshit. Like, my parents cannot fucking reconcile that I actually just hate them, and it's not that's just the kind of person I am. Like, no, it's I hate them because they are terrible people, and so I act accordingly around them. Like, I hate them because they are abusive, terrible people, and they deserve to be hated and poorly treated. I don't even treat them that poorly, honestly. They cannot stand it. And so they make up all these lies about how I must be mentally ill. Mentally ill for not liking them. That's what they believe. My parents believe that anyone who doesn't like them is mentally ill. That if their child doesn't like them, they must be mentally ill and need forced medication to make them act differently. That is the purpose of the medication to them, is to force me to act differently, or to at very least give me a punishment for not liking them. That is the entire point. Seriously. That is the entire point from my parents' perspective. It's as a punishment, and then to force me to act nicer toward them. That is the point for them. That has always been the point, and it always will be the point. It was never intended to do anything else. They think schizophrenia is when their child doesn't like them and so doesn't act very nice toward them, or doesn't like being around them. That's what they think it is. The adult child, by the way, I'm 24. And the psychiatrist asks my fucking parents, how's it going? How's he going? Asks my parents that. Literally. Psychiatrists asks my fucking parents because they say they have to. No, they don't. No, they don't. That's totally a lie that they've made up. They don't have to ask you parents. It's absurd as an adult that your parents have any fucking leverage over how your life goes. As an adult. Fucking Bugs Bunny. That's bullshit. I ran out of ammo. He was low as well. Where are these Bugs Bunnies coming from, bro? Psychiatrist is a fucking liar. They always have been. Either they are extremely poorly informed, or they are intentionally misrepresenting things. I think it's both. I think they're both extremely poorly informed, and they're intentionally misrepresenting things for effect. It has to be that way. Like, that's the way it is with them. Fucking dog shit, like, honestly. I've got an explanation for all the things that they say are schizophrenia. Like, they have schizophrenia as the diagnosis. They don't recognize anything else. Realistically, they don't, because they say, well, it has to be schizophrenia and it can't be the alternative. It's just fucking bullshit. Why am I even talking about it? Because it's absurd and it should change, and it's totally absurd how it's going. Like, what, simple as this, like, the psychiatrists don't like me. That's a starting point. None of them have ever liked me as a person. They don't want to get to know me as a person either. Because they don't like me. They don't recognize the sickness that I have that defines my life, which is chronic fatigue syndrome and gastroparesis and social anxiety. Right? They don't recognize those things as important. And then they look at my life and they say, "Oh, this guy's got to be mentally ill. This guy got to have schizophrenia because he doesn't do anything all day. He's got no friends because he doesn't go out and he doesn't work and he hasn't gone to university and he dropped out of school. He must be mentally ill. He must be because it can't be anything else." That's their fallacy, right? It's one of their fallacies. It must be this because any other option is just rejected. Totally rejected by these people. They totally reject the alternatives. And just push the thing that their field supports as a diagnosis. This is because the thing is, if the psychiatrist doesn't make a mental illness diagnosis, what are they going to do? They're going to tell you, "Oh, you don't need to be here, bye." That's never going to happen. That's literally never going to happen. Is that Peter Griffin? Or is it The Undertaker? I think it was The Undertaker. I thought it was Peter Griffin in a hat. I'm sure they used to have Family Guy on TV in New Zealand. I can't remember. Hasn't been on TV in years. Holy shit. TV's really declining. It's all gone to streaming. Fuck, imagine if I lost this. Holy shit. He had a purple as well. That was probably a bot. If they knew the first fucking thing about chronic fatigue syndrome, I guarantee they wouldn't be treating me like this. These psychiatrists, by the way, don't seem to even know what fucking social anxiety is. They don't even seem to know what social anxiety is. They think it's schizophrenia. They think it's a symptom of schizophrenia. It's not. Why would it be schizophrenia? It's obviously not that. It's fucking absurd. I cannot honestly say how they fucking think of me as schizophrenic. It's absurd. I don't have the fucking symptoms for it. When you consider the things I've already been diagnosed with well before this. And I've had for years from the same initial starting period. They say, "Oh no, big coincidence. The schizophrenia has all the same symptoms," or not all the same actually. It has some of the symptoms. And apparently starts at the same time period. It's total bullshit. Total bullshit. They say everything you think is true is false, and everything we think is true is true. That's what they say. That's how they operate. Everything you know is true is a lie. That's what they say. And everything they think is true must be true because they say it is. And no one else can deny it because they're in the position of authority, and that's as far as it goes. It goes as far as the psychiatrist says this is true, so it must be true. It's like a religion. It's a religion of psychiatry. You're not allowed to disagree with that. You're literally not allowed to choose to not take the medication once they start forcing you to take it. You're legally not allowed to do that. It's fucking crazy. Just running away. Gotta use the bathroom again. Fuck's sake. Where is this guy? I thought that was me. Wasted your ammo on the wrong guy, bro. At 400, 403. Where the fuck is this guy? Fuck the crown. God's sake. Where is he going? Where is this idiot? He's on the ground. There he is. That's probably a bot. Goodbye. You only get 10 credits for a kill. You get the same amount of credits if you pick up the contract after someone else kills them. That's kind of stupid. Should pay you less. Should be 20 if you get a kill. 10 if someone else does it. How hate this fucking life, bro. It's insane. No one listens to me. No one gives a shit. People are actively fucking my life up. It's crazy. Holy shit. Fair play, fair play. That wasted me. Holy shit. How'd he do that? How the fuck did he do that? He was like crouching, but he was still hitting every shot. He crouched up and down, but he was still hitting every shot. That's crazy. No, he got wasted by some loser with the fucking rocket launcher. That's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting play. This is what happens. The proper players get wasted by the retards with the stupid bullshit that is just easy kills, no effort. That guy was a good player and he fucking died to a rocket. To this stupid ass fucking rocket that deals like 1 billion damage and kills you in 1 to 2 hits. It's fucking crazy. Jesus Christ. You don't even have to aim. They didn't aim. Every fucking time the rocket gets a kill, it's a miss. It's a miss, but they still get a kill. Ruins the fucking game, this trash. So it's not valid because it's as a result of these things. And this is a myth, which is just reinforced by this. Is there any evidence of persistent serious danger? No, there's not. They only say there is because they think I've got mental illness, which means if I come off the drugs, they think there's going to be danger again. And there's not. Because it's not because of mental illness that I acted out against my parents in the first place. What the fuck? But see, this stems from this. You can't have the persistent serious danger myth without the mental illness diagnosis, and this reinforces this myth. So you can't get rid of this without getting rid of this, which you can't do without convincing the psychiatrist, which is impossible because the psychiatrist doesn't even consider a bunch of these conditions to be real or serious or anything. They don't consider ME/CFS as a proper condition. They don't even know what ME/CFS is. They don't know what the symptoms are. They don't know that it's not the same as schizophrenia negative symptoms. They don't know. They don't know that at all. They didn't know that gastroparesis that I had was a physical condition. They were saying it was mental illness, that I was throwing up every day and having severe chronic indigestion, chronic burping, stomach gas, trapped stomach gas from food fermenting from sitting too long, which I have all the time, that I've had for 7 years from the same period as chronic fatigue syndrome. And you can, as it says on Amipedia, they can be linked. You can get both of them at the same time from the same initial issue, sickness, initial sickness period. You can get both conditions. That's what happened to me. Okay. My head's sore. I don't know why. I've had a headache all day. I think it's because I didn't sleep enough. Still, I don't know why I have such a bad headache. Not taking a Panadol. I don't like Panadol. Stupid medication. I'll just wait for it to go away. It's hypertension in my head, probably. I don't know. It's what it feels like, pressure in your head. It's like a pressure headache. Go away, you idiot. Fuck off, Bugs Bunny or Bugs Bunny's wife or whatever. Fucking hell, honestly. Barely even damaged them. Do an emote, you fucking loser. Oh, he's not even cool enough to do an emote. At least it wasn't a dog shit emote like that guy with the fucking pots who didn't deserve to win. Guy with the fucking golden pot and spoon banging it around like a fucking ape. Who did not deserve to win at all whatsoever. I can't even remember what he did, he was just a piece of shit, I remember that. Ah, he's gonna lose. That's crazy. The validity of it can be challenged, that's the word, with these, which they just refuse to recognize that it could be any of these things. At the same, like, I have this diagnosed, this is objective, and this I have. I don't know about this. They've never tested for that. They're saying, oh no, actually, big coincidence, at the same time as having all of these things, you actually also have this, which conveniently has some of the symptoms of various things. And this, what they essentially say is you don't have any of this. It's all mental illness. It's all schizophrenia. You don't actually have chronic fatigue syndrome. You don't actually have gastroparesis. Even when it gets diagnosed, they don't take it serious. They don't stop saying, oh, actually, you don't have these issues. Oh, actually, they don't, yeah. Even when you get diagnosed, they still don't take it seriously. They still go, oh, yeah, but everything else is still schizophrenia. They're going to say, oh, because they said gastroparesis was mental illness. They said this was like delusions. They said it was like vague psychosomatic, which means basically it's in your head and you're making it up, right? Which is that's essentially what they've said about every issue I've ever had the entire time. That is what psychiatrists have done and said, is that the entire thing is just made up and in your head and not real at all. They've said that this is all delusion, and the only thing that's real is the schizophrenia diagnosis. That's how they work. That's how psychiatrists work. They say everything else is fake and doesn't exist. The only things that exist are these mental illnesses that they diagnose people with. Literally. They literally, like, they don't do it explicitly, but they will deny that the symptoms come from measurable, like, obvious physical illness, and it has to be this immeasurable mental illness, which doesn't actually match to the symptoms anywhere near as closely as these things do. These things match to the symptoms directly and obviously, and this schizophrenia mental illness diagnosis maps to them very vaguely and indirectly. It is very vague, and very bullshit. what is more absurd is, like, the idea that the psychiatrists are pushing that I'll possibly have both of all of these things and the schizophrenia, which is totally absurd. Totally absurd. They start off by saying none of this is real, all of it is this, and then they start saying, oh, maybe you actually do have some of those things and this. When are they going to get to the point, which they never will, where they say, oh, actually you don't have this, and it's all this, as it's always been. It's always been this. I've always said it's always been this. I've never said it's been this, ever. I've never said that. Why would you even suggest it? It has nothing to do with these things. Literally, it is extremely obvious to see this is not these things. These things are not the same. They don't look the same. They don't act the same. They aren't the same at all. How could you like get them confused with each other? How could you confuse the two? Or this grouping with this? How could you confuse the two? It's absurd. It's totally absurd. It makes no sense at all whatsoever. How could they confuse it? Because as I've said, they're intentionally misrepresenting things to get a certain effect/result. Or outcome. They're trying to get a certain outcome, which is forcing me to be on these drugs. With all the harm that it does, they know it causes harm to me. I've complained about it every fucking time I've been put on it. Every fucking time I've had to go in and talk to these people, I've complained about it. They know the harm it's causing. They know that. They ignore it intentionally on purpose. They intentionally misrepresent things to get to force a certain result/outcome. I've been diagnosed with this, this is objective, because I'm on that, and this I have. And they're saying, oh, maybe you got both of these things. It's not both. It's extremely obviously not both, causing the same symptoms at the same time. That is the absurdity of their argument, is they are literally arguing that you've actually got two completely separate, completely different, totally unrelated conditions causing the same issues at the same time, and one of them requires medical treatment, forced medication. It's totally absurd. Oh, we're dead. So is it A set of conditions which very closely match the symptoms that the individual has presented with? That sounds pretty good. Or is it B, a singular vague condition which does not match many of the symptoms, but does align with a few of them in some regard, and can be forced to or is it the least likely one? Is it both? Which they're trying to say is this is how they negotiate. Or is it both? Is it both at the same time? I think that would be even more absurd. Totally absurd, bro. Could be both at the same time, but I still think that that's extremely unlikely because I don't agree that I actually have the defining symptoms of schizophrenia. I don't have delusions. Look at this shit. Where are the... Where are they? I don't have delusions. I don't have hallucinations. I don't have disorganized speech. I don't have any of these. You could say negative symptoms, but they're symptoms of chronic fatigue syndrome. They're not negative symptoms of schizophrenia. I don't have delusions. What if they said are delusions? Oh, how convenient. Do you know what they've said are delusions? The alternative. They've said that the alternative symptoms are evidence of the mental illness's diagnosis. It justifies its own diagnosis based on the person's symptoms by calling them delusions, by calling the other illness, the other conditions delusions. It justifies its own existence because having delusions is a fundamental of the condition. You can't have it without having delusions. You can't have schizophrenia without having one of these three things, at least one, at least two, or one of these and these. I don't have either of these two. How do they diagnose it? Delusions. What do they say are delusions? The alternative. The alternative to the diagnosis is what they call delusions. So it actually justifies itself, right? By claiming that the... By claiming that the other conditions are delusions, it actually justifies itself. And then claims that, therefore, those things are negative symptoms. I should pull up the, read through the report. That's what I should do. Why am I playing this game, bro? This guy had garbage gear. Don't sit up there and snipe, you fucking loser. It's not sitting up there. Yep. I'll pull it up, but I'm gonna turn the screen off while I do it. So they say flat affect, which is social anxiety. Zero fucking mention of chronic fatigue syndrome except when I brought it up to them. They put no research into it. Then, like, misrepresenting things. Totally misrepresenting things. This is what the last ones that I had. And they said delusions, disorder of perception, disorder of volition. They didn't actually quote why most of the fucking report. They just made referenced a bunch of random shit, which could be related to any of these things. Any of these things. He was obsessed with the digestive issues, which I've now had diagnosed and are obviously a fucking physical problem. Seriously. He's obsessed with it being a mental illness. Absolutely obsessed with it. This is total bullshit. It's just total bullshit. Like, I don't have these issues. Total bullshit. And this is like will, right? Volition is like will, isn't it? Which is total bullshit. That is chronic fatigue syndrome. I don't have a lack of will. I have a lack of ability to do things because of chronic fatigue syndrome. It's fucking crazy. And then perception. What is the difference between disorder of perception and delusion? That's just fucking stupid. I don't have those. I've never had that. Total bullshit. What do they use as evidence? Chronic fatigue syndrome, gastroparesis, side effects, and social anxiety. That's what they use. total bullshit. Total bullshit. Absolute bullshit to claim that someone with chronic fatigue syndrome has a disorder of volition. As in, oh, you have some sickness that makes you not want to do stuff. Why do they think it's because you don't want to do stuff? Because they refuse to believe that you're physically incapable, physically unable to, due to sickness. Due to physical sickness. They refuse to believe that you have physical sickness that prevents you from doing the things that you want to do. It's fucking crazy. That's literally the case. I've never had hallucinations or illusions or anything. This is just totally made up. Totally made up. I've never had these things. Totally made up. They don't even have evidence for this. I've never had that. And I've never had this. What the fuck? I've never had these things. They link it to delusion, assumedly. Which is already bullshit to begin with. There isn't strong evidence to the contrary of the things that I've said. At all. I have strong evidence to support my claims. Cultural or religious. Oh, it's just totally stupid, bro. They make an exception for culture and religion, which is just fucking retarded. It means if enough people do it, it becomes accepted. Which is so fucking stupid. It shows this has nothing to do with like actual measurable evidence or anything. It is totally based on subjective interpretation of it. Subjective interpretation. Is religion real? No, it's totally false. It is a delusion. Not accounted for, but yeah, shut the fuck up. Religion is delusion. It is delusion. It's always been delusion. A lot of cultural beliefs are delusions as well. They make exceptions for it because they protect them under the fucking rights bullshit, which is a fucking joke. So you're not allowed to criticize them. It's stupid. Like, how are they saying I have disorganized speech? I don't have disorganized speech. They don't even let me speak in fucking court. I don't have disorganized speech. Oh, somatic. This is what they say, right? They're saying that these concerns aren't real because they don't exist. There isn't medical evidence to the contrary. I have medical evidence in support of it. I've been diagnosed with these. This is obvious and is measurable, and I have that objectively measured now. This doesn't need diagnosing because it's extremely obvious. I need to brush my teeth. The religion itself is a delusion. That's not even in here. Are you kidding me? Religion itself is a delusion. That's crazy. They've censored it. They've taken it out. That's crazy. There's no difference. Literally the only basis by which they argue that they aren't the same is that they are more prevalent, that there are more people believing in it. It doesn't mean that it's more true because more people believe it. It is a delusion. Crown over here. Can't crouch. Fuck these things. Fucking hell. Can't even crouch. Can't crouch. Holy shit. You can't crouch, then you can't aim properly. It's fucking bullshit. Force player to purchase an item. Bro, there are only 3 people left. No one's bought an item the whole match. That's crazy. Can't believe I missed those, bro. If I could have crouched, I could have got that, but obviously not. Nah, he was so low. That was bullshit, bro. Goofy ass emote. It punishes adults and kids just get around it. Maybe it's not all about black and brown. These people are kind of stupid, bro. Typical American race politics. It's all about race to these people. It's fucking stupid. That's stupid music. Still can't crouch. Fuck this shit. Why does this bug happen? That guy's a total loser, bro. Fuck that shit. Absolute garbage. That gun is so fucking overpowered, it's insane. Holy shit, that's fucking retarded. Swear no one posts about anything on that subreddit. Was she not doing that already? What the fuck? She's supposed to be one of the leftmost American politicians. That's crazy. She didn't already do that. What the fuck? The United States is so backward, bro, honestly. It's fucking stupid, bro. She's like... That's the bare minimum. Why would you ever support military aid to Israel? Why would you ever support that in the first place? So stupid. When they say it's the UN's plan, what do they actually mean? Whose plan is it? I feel like I should go to bed now. I'm quite tired. Some fucking loser killing the AFK is pathetic. Look, he's literally going after me because I'm the one that's moving. It's disgusting. He's chasing me. This is the guy that killed the AFKs. Might have been a bot. I feel like going to bed. Yeah, I'm actually gonna get off now. Go to bed.